So here, right now, I'm going to translate a scene from my book, I hope. And I do not usually translate like that. I usually translate the entire chapter, but I have been for many months on this chapter without finishing it. And I have this feeling to translate this scene. It's not complete, it's not perfect, but it's quite a cool scene already. And of inestimable value to humankind. And I'm not going to finish this chapter anytime soon to actually translate it. So I'm just going to jump here to the scene. Then translate it to English so that I can have it in English. I feel like I could use it in English. If I need to send to someone or something. My internet is bad because everyone is using it. And so I'm going to translate this. I also had some imaginations about making a short video. Like here at the beginning, I mentioned something that happened to me. I was eating at a food stall and it started raining about last year, before last year, probably last year. I wrote this last year. And when it was raining, we could not see the droplets of water, but we could see the effect they had on the puddles. They were creating waves on the puddles. And I already had the theory and all the physics worked out, but it was very interesting. Because looking at it, I felt like wondering, when does that droplet has more energy? When it's up there in the cloud? Once it's up there on the down there on the puddle, or somewhere in between? And I thought about making a short just asking this question, and then had some nice animations on that. And on the next short, perhaps the next day, I would say that, but people, if anyone commented, no one would comment here, not famous, but people watching it would think, well, up there it's full of potential energy of gravity, gravitational potential energy, gravitational potential energy. And when it goes down, that potential energy becomes motion. And so there is some question, when does it have more energy? Is potential energy counting as energy? If I could destroy that thing, like on a reactor, annihilate that molecule of H2O, would it have more energy with the potential energy of gravity, or would it have on the puddle or somewhere in between? And I would make this short. I think that it would be very interesting as an YouTube short. And I also thought about making this scene into a fully animated video like that, following this introduction. But I do not know how to animate, and I hate working with drawing programs like this shit. I hate drawing. So I'm just going to translate here and leave it here. The origin of the species, of the subatomic species. It says the origin of the species here, but subatomic has to come first in English because stupid language fucks the title. But this is actually the name of this verse there are other scenes into this verse that build upon it. But for now, I'm just going to translate the main one. It expounds the theory. I just said theory, fuck me dead. I know the scientific name, but all the stigma that the name theory brings and the stupid way that religious people use it make me sick. I don't like using theory. So it brings the explanation of logical succession to the origin of the subatomic species. The origin of everything. As a warning, perhaps, should say that. No one watches this anyway. This is not currently accepted on science. Something completely new. It's not something that you can say on an exam. It's not something you can use on any scientific thing nowadays. It actually disagrees with modern science, with the consensus of modern science. I'm actually providing some explanations to supersede the modern theories, both of relativity and of quantum mechanics. That sounds really silly when I just say that like that, when I do not know anything about my work. But yeah, that's what I'm going to translate right now. What I believe to be far developed already, although not complete here yet. A unified theory, infinitely better than those I just mentioned. So let's get to it, because translating takes a lot of time. Next month, I'll be very busy. Actually, during the next 30 days, tomorrow I'll be very busy, and it's already dark out. So let's see if I can actually finish this into a video and today. And if there are no blackouts, there's some shit happening in town. The energy is very unstable. Let's put some music. I want some Furelisi. There are two. No, I can play the two of them. I'll have this on, does not matter, but I will leave it on. The origin of the species. Oh fuck, but subatomic. What means topological succession. It's not in English because fuck my life. This first line is weird because it's a continuation of the story, there is no break. It's not an individual short story. I just roll with it. Boring. How do I translate that thing? It's the metal thing they have in houses. I forgot the name right now in English. Wiktionary. Crazy. It's in English. Pipe Express. Illegal drug. Kick. It's a water pipe. It's a spout. What's a metal spout? A spout for rain. Rain. Water spout. It's ugly. Put some color into this scene. And let's go to it. Invisible. Love it. Pass. Completely by the air. I have no experience to translate right now. My wording sucks. That's not how I should translate this. But I just rolled it. Okay. Translate it properly on the future. So I have no time in the near future. I just got to get this done with. Invisible doves pass quickly by the air, through the air. Through the air. What a reading writing style, man. When did I write that? Viewable. Visualize. Visualizable. Sound as weird in Portuguese as in English. Oh God. Visualize. Visualizing. Does that even exist in English? Is that dead? I should not translate that dead. The logical succession of phrases is clear. We just put the pronoun. Into. How do you translate into in Portuguese? There's nothing. Facilitate motion placement. I'll put it simple. Clearness is the goal, and not pretty language. Okay, can tell that now with this single line. It's a vertical moment. Transform. Oh, what an ugly word. Transmitted. Wanting to move, oh my god, that critically hits my chest. I can choose a language. Cool. Where is the dictionary? I should at least quote this because it's intolerable. And I literally wrote yesterday a critic about the anthropomorphism, putting human feelings on inanimate objects. No, nothing here. There is no Pluto? Well, fuck you. Now there is. I start out with this crazy enraged critique of a wave? Okay then. Generated. Study the adjective? Or the past version of the verb? It's a very weird critique to start this scene, but I will just roll with it. A very weird thing to start the scene. Force, the force on force, there is no art in Portuguese. Put something here on the notes. There's already a note on here. A very short one. It's the question of Isaac. about absolute spin. So this description is actually a reference to Isaac Newton. Because, oh fuck, right near the beginning of his De Philosophia Natural, yeah, his Principia, he describes this bucket and why does the vortex and things happen, and he talks about some insane notion of absolute spin, which he describes as molecules shoving each other. So here I mentioned that I could just mention pressure to describe this. It's much shorter and practical. However, my very critique is about that imaginary forces, that they not rarely degenerate the capacity of thought. They not rarely degenerate the capacity of thought of those who hear that those imaginary forces. They do not seek an answer, a mechanical answer of how everything is interacting and creating that larger effect. Just like the wave. It's a wave and that's it. No, it is not a wave. It's simply a collective motion. Pressure, too, is simply a collective effect. But people hearing the name pressure and simply using that magical force to explain things, they generate the mind of people early on. And yeah, it happens like that because there exists this force that does that, and that's it. Okay, cool. I'm content with that explanation. That is most of physics nowadays. And I say that this intuitive pressure is really good, even more when it can even with more easy describe when there are two liquids. If you have two liquids and a denser one below, the vortex will create less pressure in the middle, and the denser liquid will create an inverted vortex. If you flow to the area with less pressure, and you create a mountain, while the other one's creating a vortex. So that's very cool. And pressure seems to fit so well. And everyone just accepts that stupid name instead of providing an actual mechanical explanation. But to describe also with pressure that it creates less force while the centrifugal force is shoving to the border is really demented and unbearable as an explanation. So I'm not only referencing Isaac, but I'm also giving a mechanical explanation, an exact explanation of how the molecules are behaving, rather than some magical force and summing it all up. When I come to capillarity, I mentioned two random things like that. I'm not sure I should keep this, but let's move on. Well, I was watching the rain, and so I mentioned these little hydrodynamic effects. Then, after this short digression, I move on to the scene. Regulations are waves. You should know that. Here I enter the scene. What passes by my mind upon watching the undulations of the puddle is, instead, about the force which we are taking for granted. We all, or just we are all the molecule involved is transmitting The molecule in fall is transmitting force to the others, and naturally, seeing its velocity, which is cut, is clear from where it came, and with from where, whence it came, and whither it went. The water. Why is this so discordant? I'm not explaining anything. This is really bad. The water in fall has more energy. It is more and loses it, transmuting it, and loses such transmitting it as much of it. Kind of mysterious. I'm not describing it straight or what. Well, the molecule is in fall, and naturally seeing its velocity, which is cut, it is clear whence it came and whither it went. So I'm watching it, and it's transmitting force to other molecules. It's shoving the air, it's creating undulations. And it's clear where that force is coming. It's coming from the molecule itself. It's slowing down in order to accelerate others. The water in fall has more energy. It is more massive. And it loses such energy, transmitting the motion to other molecules. I said that in a very weird order. I'm going to keep it. It's not impossible to understand. I might have some design with that. And mentioning massive right now. But natural improves. Which is best. That's a very ugly statement. That's a very ugly statement. The average motion of the molecules and two macros. But a single molecule plural stuck on an oxygen. Is it more massive on the cloud above or on the puddle below? I mentioned that before. I feel like I translated the word below up here, and I put 2L, put like the screaming below. Yeah, it's below. Crazy. There's a very weird way to phrase it. That's the example I mentioned at the beginning. But that is why I introduced it. It's more massive. The droplet in motion is more massive. That's a common statement in physics. It's just not very intuitive or friendly to the beginners. But some things in motion, things that are hot, are more massive. They have more energy and they're more massive. Energy is mass. E equals energy equals mc squared. So it's more massive. The example is that by dissolving energy it gains more mass. And mass can be converted into energy. So we have a single molecule to 2 hydrogen is stuck on an oxygen. instead of a droplet that's reduced to a single molecule, which we know the discrete parts. So two hydrogen and an oxygen. That is just that, these three parts. Is it more massive, so it has more energy on the cloud above or on the puddle below? Got some friction on the air, it heat up, but it lost its potential energy. That friction or that power to heat up was from the potential energy of the magical gravity, which is the force we're ignoring. I'm getting there. We know the and then I answered it. Nope. No mention. So many upon on this stack, so many upon. This scene is not looking so good. Just better on my mind. This is introduction. Not been worked on. I should use another flow. I should explain it more clearly. Perhaps I have changed my goals nowadays. But I just forgot it. I hope you understand the actual critique. Well, the model below, then you can understand. We know that X accelerator will make its form, so that it is, so that destroys my original question about explaining the potential and things. Let's move on. Actually, this is so out of place. A very bold statement. The introduction of these numbers is worthless. No, let's just translate this. Otherwise we're not going to end this scene ever. Break this statement out with no justification, man. I cannot handle this. I'll explain it later, but I'm just shoving it out. I was only going to make a short scene. That's the story of this. The history of this. And then, after the short scene criticizing, I decided, well, I can just make that I'm going to dream now. And on the dream, I'm going to go full out on my explanation. I guess I have to mention the values, talk about the sum of it. It's 1. Liar. The molecule is liar. Oi!
Aqui, oi, o filho não diz que tá com restrição do CPF, não.
Pegou e sujou meu nome, velho.
Sujou
Tá
o nome,
fazendo
né? Vamos
loucura
ver o que
aí.
é.
Eu te mandei a foto, cara.
Tu mandou, foi?
Foi.
Não tem não.
Só tem a foto
Ah,
lá.
pelo...
Lá.
ah, porque eu tava em casa, o CPF sai em casa, o CPF do outro celular. Esse que eu tenho não tem um message, não. Eu vou ver o que é.
So, as we clearly see, here's a nice statement. Explained it very succinctly. The release of energy from combustible. Those are what I fixed. Of hydrogen reacting with oxygen. The statement of that I will not find it, we're not releasing, is extremely wrong. Something could be forcing it together, but well, on all the exothermic, endothermic. Nope, it's exo is out. I always forgot the name of the other reaction. That does not happen like spontaneously. trajectory. Such a bold and insane session. After such a nice one session. So did I say that hydrogen and oxygen, they have their weight, but the molecule H2O weighs less than the sum of its parts. Two lone hydrogen and a lone oxygen will weight less. And that is why they react. I'm claiming that right now here. And that's not on physics. I'm just making that up right now. If I try to learn physics, be careful. And they react and they release energy. It's an exothermic reaction. So energy, they're becoming less massive because mass is energy. So they are losing mass. And that is why the molecule is lighter than the sum of its parts. On the same way, we see the molecule is speeding up, become more massive, it means slowed down by things, becoming less massive. Because there is no ballast of sand, there is not this inert mass thing unchangeable, and some spirit of energy possessing it. But mass is just another name to the quantity of energy present. As I said, on the wind we see the energy of the droplet going through the wind into the water. But where is that droplet getting that extra energy? That's the question here. And I will address these insane absurd statements of mass and energy. That mass is not a ballast of useless sand, but just a configuration of energy. Further on. Here in the beginning, I'm just throwing wild statements to the wind. I think this is very daunting and I cannot hook people with this beginning. But I'm going to translate the rest. For the molecule to be stable, he needs to form a structure that has less part than the sum of the atoms that compose it. And as it releases energy, it loses part in order to fit everything together into this new structure. That's what I'm claiming. And when it gains movement, when it gains mass, it is gaining more components in the structures that being organized in some way that does not really disturb this other one. It's quite wild of a statement. It's also very unpolished. And I have a scene about that here. About boiling water. It's about boiling milk actually. Where's my cappuccino, man? How do I write coffee? 2O? No. 2A. Yes, might be that. Here. As a complement to that scene, because we're just seeing that scene you have not read, I describe here the boiling of some milk. I go down to make some chocolate milk with caffeine, 850 milliliters, and to depart to the service, to which purpose I put onto the fire the milk on a fervedor boiler. Looks like a beaker. Not like a kettle, oh, I explain. Not like a kettle, but has a metal beaker with a handle. And I watch the mesmerizing process of boiling for a few minutes. So I'm describing motion here. This fits, though this lack of the explanation of the spiritual energy possessing things that modern science uses and I'm trying to debunk. It's not present here at all, perhaps I only began to use it later on. So, distracted, I almost lost the timing of the anticipated dangerous climax, where the proteinaceous form expands. So it's the form that the milk makes, made of protein, because it's boiling off, it's separating the protein is staying together and the evaporating fumes are making them like foam. That's that form of the milk, so it's proteinaceous. Expands porously. Oh, I literally explained that here. I do not even need to explain to that camera. Let's just go. Expands porously due to the vaporous exhalations breaking the liquid hold of the agitated hydroxides even before the famous 100 degree. So it's breaking the liquid hold. Water likes to stay connected to itself. It is quite liquid. When it's liquid, it's not as a crystal when it's solid as it is when it is solid. But even in liquid, it organizes itself and it's stuck to itself. It can move around, but it's very hard to break apart. But it breaks that hydroxides, hydrogen and oxygen hydroxides, even before the 100 degree. So it is breaking off those bonds, not just reorganized like the liquid. It's breaking off and becoming now a gas. So I'm describing the gas change here, the evaporation. And it happens before 100 degrees, but not even Pasteur leave it at sea level. So I'm telling here that I'm not at sea level. That's what this sentence actually says. But as you can see, it's much more poetic than this one. This one is didactical. Not as poetic as this. There is some poetic dimension here messing up my phrasing orders. I should fix that. But as you can see, it's nowhere near this thing. My actual writing style. Which chaotic emotion, so the evaporation, was transferred by the oxidation of the hydrocarbon into the famous products of dioxides and dihydroxides, which have less mass than the original ingredients, and thus such defect is absorbed by the air, being thrown so violently that emitting visible photons, the force that they lose on the imperfect transference, they collide with the stainless steel of the pen. So I'm saying exactly what I said here. The hydrocarbon is methane and burning gas, and the gas is burning because the product, the result, has less mass than those hydrocarbons. The product that is the dioxides, that's carbon dioxide from the hydrocarbon, and the hydroxides, that's 2 hydrogen and 1 oxide. So this is the hydroxide, again, the water. It makes carbon dioxide and water from the hydrocarbon. And these two, summed together, will have less mass than the hydrocarbon and the oxygen that went into the reaction. And that, what I'm saying, is released as energy. It's absorbed by the air. In the air, then absorbing that, it goes so fast, so violently, that it starts to emit photons. And I'm claiming now that the photons are the energy that they use on that imperfect transference. So a piece of air is with 100 energy, it will collide and only transfer 99 energy. It will not transfer 100 energy, it cannot. The sum of the forces of a collision is not perfect. And that lost energy, I'm saying here, is what photons are made of. And that air then collides with the stainless steel of the pen. Now, fitting receptacle of this Iron Age, which, with its powerful metallic bonds, promptly allow the violent motion of its atomic atoms without letting them go of the communal pools of electrons. So atomic bond is a communal pool of electrons and there are many atoms. And I say here that metallic bonds are extremely powerful. So even being hit with a lot of force, they do not fly off, they do not break. They simply run around, they are free to move around, just not to break off. So they now acquire that motion, and therefore finally colliding with the milk above and on the side, causing the generalized disturbance on its molecules. So it's starting moving around those pools and it's colliding. The air is colliding below and the metal is running around crazy and colliding again with the milk, with the water and everything on the milk. Finally colliding with the milk above and the sides, causing the generalized disturbance on its molecules, which impelled to every direction at high velocity, they bombard the proteins, which are unable to keep the delicate structure of folded forms, and being their nature, they are useless to keep the vital process of animalcules on the milk. So, the milk, absorbing that force, starts to move chaotically in every direction, and they bombard the proteins that form the cell walls of some bacteria. And so that destroys the bacteria, because the cell wall transmitting that force of breaking completely will destroy the delicate folding structure of proteins. Because the proteins, well, there are several degrees of folding, and usually it's formed based on hydrogen bonds. It's quite weak. Once some fucking boiling water hit, it kills the poor animalcule. That is the bacteria or anything living in there on the milk. And that is why you boil milk, to pasteurize it and to pasteur it. So I describe here how the energy within the hydrocarbon releases out, becomes motion and kills those things in there. Ergo, rather than suffering a terrible intestinal infection with such complete with such that the animal is competing with my symbiotic microbiota, I will drink with impunity the nutritive cadaver of the dead bacteria. I mentioned here some about biology, but that doesn't matter to this main scene. So I think this is a nice addition. Not much better than this. Perhaps I should restrict here this scene. About what I'm mentioning, what I'm saying here, that the molecule has less than it sounds. That is why things are bad. That energy is released as motion. The parts, the mass becomes motion. It is not only radioactive that releases the mass, but burning in every chemical process of all molecules release mass. The main difference is that you can then recreate that mass in those structure by hitting the molecule hard enough. You cannot break apart a molecule of water without putting a lot of force into it. And that force is the very parts that they lost in order to become a stable near structure. So you supply back the pieces to form those whole atoms again. They have more pieces than the molecule. And if you could somehow separate a molecule, I do not claim that here, but I say it, that if you separate a water molecule without using any energy, if you simply break apart into 3 atoms, they would be radioactive and you decay. I cannot tell very fast or any information about it, but they would decay. They would be unstable structures. They would not have all the pieces to form the actual atom. Anyway, I'm talking too much. I will explain that further in the scene. Let's go to it. But the beginning is just some rage for modern physics. And in movement, it gains new components and structure. The answer of it. Such entire process of whence does the mass appear out of this spread here. Very you can so I'm not questioning the forces yet, I'm just saying this more massive on the powder. Or the cloud of the powder. Not the powder with heat up, there's more heat in the puddle on the ground than on the cloud up there. And it is an accepted statement in modern physics that hot things are more massive, things in motion are more massive. And so my point is about the entire process on how this thing became more massive by falling down. How did it receive pieces and mass from the gravity? And I just used that scene, you just read that scene. Someone that got hit to my book who have seen several of those scenes, so that you have some idea of what I'm talking about my kind of description. That description is exactly how the mass entered into this thing. How is that produced? Instead of a magic force that heats things up, I describe the mechanical process of things breaking apart. So, I also have a note here. Yeah, up here. About, that's big. About the atoms. That atoms have more mass than the molecule that forms. The thing that I just used on that entire scene. Here, the exothermic formation, obviously, it has to be something that emits energy. The case is different from some others. And I say here that thing that if you separate them without introducing new energy, the atoms will not be able to form properly. They will be radioactive. They lack the fragments to complete its entire structure, its entire stable structure. And so it will emit even more of its fragments, which are collection of stable molecules, as the naked helium and electrons, or symbol for protons, until they came to some stable form. I'm describing radiation here as exactly that, the lack of a stable form. And then I have this cool scene that Derek of Veritasium makes the beautiful question: how does bonds release energy? Where is stored that energy on the bonds? He makes that question. Yeah, he made before. He liked it to make that question, but he stopped making it for some reason. And this exact instance mentioned here is when he asked it, when he asked that to Hank Green on a SciShow interview. However, instead of so easily eliciting the said reality, that is that mass, that its diminished mass and energy. Oh man, it's hard to translate and read. Okay, read it. I say what's written here. He make these questions, but instead of eliciting the reality, the description that I make here, that its mass actually diminished. That is where the energy came from. The mass diminished. Because energy is mass. That's all it is. If it is releasing energy, it is losing mass. So that is where the bond energy comes. It literally broke pieces of it and flew off as energy. And that energy is just fragments of the separate structure that broke off. They are thrown out to become new structure or energy. And he treats that as a mere curiosity to make others think instead of just accepting. The energy is stored in those magical things called bonds that do not even exist, but it's there. He makes that question to make people think. And that's it. Just a curiosity to him. He does not list any answer from that about reality and what that implies. And here, about that interview, sadly also, Hank, upon receiving such question, tries to evade it. He looks to the side and tries to evade the question. And then he shows his infinite neutrality. Even desmerecendo, he does not make much of the question at all. That does not matter. That does not matter. We understand that this happens and that's all that matters. You can say some shit like that. He makes little of the question. Say that does not matter. To seek such exact mechanism, such exact mental mechanism of how it happens. and that you should focus instead on the results. However, I do not criticize Hank so severely as I criticize Derek. I'm criticizing him some more here, but there's no need to translate that. And special insults. I do not criticize Hank so much because he deals like that when he's exposing even official scientific opinions. Instead of being a partial judge of the theories, he simply exposes them. So when he talks about quantum, he says that it is the best current theory, but that it is in conflict with some things of relativity, and it is ever more unsustainable that it's wrong that we are seeking a unifying theory that will resolve those problems of those volts and many others. So he has that neutrality. He does not try to convince people, just teaches about cool information. That's how he described himself. Just want to share cool things about the universe. So I do not criticize him so severely about not answering that question, not taking a side, about not thinking, because he, at least, thinks enough to not accept quantum. And you see, it's just the best thing we have. I have some quit about Leviathan here, about not putting wanting on things, on objects, inanimate objects, that they want to do something that's completely ridiculous. I literally used that before, I have to change that. But yeah. There was an event where these two very famous scientific minds, science communicators, went straight into this question, but came out with nothing. A pity. They should have answered it. Now, so it became more massively fun. It gained energy out of nowhere, because gravity is gravity. It's a fundamental force of the universe. But I'm here describing the mechanism that it happens. The answer is obvious. It has more energy on the puddle, where it's hotter, and it has more movement. So I'm actually asking where it is, but it has more energy, the cloud or the puddle. It actually has more energy right before the impact, right before it's slowing down completely. That's beyond the point. I'm asking where it has on a stable state, the cloud or the puddle, not in an emotional state. It's never stopping to move. Heat is just moving, but yeah. So, how did it gain energy? That energy that it transferred to the air and made the air move and made waves. Where did it gain that energy? If by the end of giving off all that energy, it has even more energy than what it had on the freaking cloud. Let me park and say that I just told the camera. Yeah, that completes the sentence much better. How does it have more energy on the product than on the cloud if during the entire way it transfers energy to the end? How did leave a state of less energy on the cloud gave all such energy to its surroundings, and it ended in a state of even greater energy. Some bizarre spatial, no, spatial distortion, so that there is less resistance generating energy than in expanding view, and that the generated energy is just an illusion of the observer from his reference point. For now, it simply is that which it already was potential. I'm quoting Aristotle here. I do not say here that I'm quoting, but that crazy line, it now simply is that which it already was potentially. That is Aristotle's definition of potentiality. It's that which will come to happen from the current events. So a melon is already potentially, and when it develops, it simply became that which it already was potentially. It says that because some potential energy, some potential essence that became that melon. It's very stupid thing. I'm making fun of that. About some bizarre spatial distortion that things fall down because generating energy has less resistance than standing still. That is pseudo energy. The potential pseudo energy that the universe was given initial with that object. I'm joking on the absurdity of those statements, obviously. Just making fun of relativity. And then how much more disturbing the case becomes. And then how much more disturbing it becomes in case I take the cell of any object so that I am expanding my energy, losing mass to accelerate it up, where naturally it goes on gaining mass until I finish stretching my arm and I spend all such energy, even if the object having decelerated and stopped has the same mass as before. Any energy was inserted on it. So I take the water, put my hand now from the puddle and raise it up. I spent calories, I spent my energy, I became less massive. You know, to transfer energy to that puddle, to that water, accelerate it up. But once it stops up there, it decelerates. It's at zero again. It goes back, it might get some heat, but it goes back to the same energy it was before, virtually. While my energy is spent, it evaporated into nothing. As I lift it up, I spent my mass, I'm less massive, and the water is just as massive as before. The energy it gained, it seeped out into gravity again, into nothingness. Its mass vazar, there's a name for that. Leakage, power up, leak out to the unknown. My mass, its mass simply disappeared. I set energy into it to lift it up, and gravity just, well, it's mine. I'm taking it back. And mass, that's it. Easily calculated on the concept of the pseudo energy however, the clear reality is that the energy went somewhere. It went some fucking where, man. And something will have to give it back, losing its energy. When it falls back within, that energy will not disappear, will not enter the background of the universe. It has to have mechanically been taken somewhere. And once it falls, once it gets energy from nowhere, there has to be some mechanism that is feeding the energy back. Why is it not working? Why is it in Portuguese now? I think this is very ugly. My statements here are really bad. I do not know how to express myself properly on this introduction. It was meant to be just some shots like that to trigger people. Only on the dream that I actually explain something. Well, let's get that quick then. Just ridicularize modern science. I'm not giving an explanation of my own. Although I gave that on the hint a little bit. Some hints of it. These don't need to be equal. I need to explain, or should I just translate it before it takes the whole night? If two objects accelerate, then they are more massive, they are moving, they attract each other more than they did before. That what exists in English. So much redundancy, but it's much more explained than before, I suppose. It's better than those vague statements from before. So this is a clear absurdity of all gravitational theories. If I have objects and accelerated, they attract each other more than before. After they attract each other, they will collide, and they will have generated more mass by attacking each other from the magic of gravity. Now that you have these two things together, if you separate them and stop them, you will have lost energy. Because to separate them, you have to put that force and then to stop them. But if you stop them first, the attraction will become weaker. And so you can separate them, expending no energy basically. And so you have gained more energy than what you had originally. Because the magic of gravity attracted them, and you separate them for free after slowing it down. I'm not saying that's our method to generate infinite energy. I'm saying that it's stupid and absurd that people use those theories of gravity that allow for such thing. This is a critique to quantum, and I actually mentioned Reinrich, it's the communist Kant. He says that production in group magically generates things, it's not about optimization. And it's also a very common Christian concept to say that the whole is more than the sum of its parts. Talk about some human soul, some shit that makes absolutely no sense. And as I say here, such mentally ill people are irrelevant before the curating character we are at, where logic and rational capacity is a pretext. Ignoring those who can say those things by claiming any logic. And then I just give my opinion here. I don't like this scene at all. I have to do some scrapping to this. So many spoilers and no explanation, justification at all. This is already 2 hours in. Oh, it's the real scene is coming after this many paragraph here. This more, this raging, this mad raging of these first ones. Oh my god. There is some cool statements, but since they have no foundation on any previous explanation of the scene, it's so painful. Translated. It is actually not very admitted. There is an schism of two schools that say that mass is that sandy ballast, so useless shit, and energy is some kind of a spirit that affects it, and mass then converts into that spirit. And they're the actual same people who consider both to be a single one, although they also profess to believe in fields. So yeah, they are not saying at all. It's actually tomate, it's actually bacon, it's not pork. This is horrible. This is horrible. It's painful to translate this one. And look at that exclamation mark. Like, holy shit, I'm quite fit. I put just that one. I'm saying the truth, but it has no power. It has no eloquence either, and it has no logical basis to establish that from just this little shit here. I actually need to show the theory, not to have any value. But one thing is that I have seen about gravity before, so I've established the buds that I'm just growing further now. It is not the first presentation of it, as it would have to be if I... This shit, man, it's not playing at all. As it would have to be if it was a standalone scene. There's an entire book and hundreds of pages before. Scene of gravity is not needed though. The complete eye. About relativity, about gravity is this one. I don't know. Now I criticize the rest. This is what I explain on my other one. This phrase is actually even then convoluted and self-realized as it is. But there is this insane apostase there, which is the sum of my previous gravity scene. Gravity scene, man. Let's go there. Let's here. I first explain. It's a scene about mathematics. First explain how to derivate using a geometric form. Then I say the relativity has nothing to do with that. And here, these lines. The idea that something is compressed as it moves. So it's relative to the observer. That it also, without difficulty, is transferred to time. Was made on the century before Albert was born. The famous line of Nicola about the crowned beggar, Persia, purple robes. And when you accelerate something, you get compressed. I don't know if this is necessary for explain it later. And modern gravity is absolute non sequitur. Boscovic describes it simply as that if you actually have a rule, you cannot measure something that is moving fast. Because if you accelerate the rule, if you compress it, and as it's compressed, you obviously give a different result. If you measure a table with a compressed rule, it will give much greater length. On the same way, if you have a rule and measure a table that has been compressed, it will give a much smaller length. That's what Boscovic says. Basically, he does not say it like that. Simply that if you move an object by exerting force upon it, it gets compressed. That is, if you accelerate it, that's the exerting point. And if you measure a compressed object, that's what I said. And if something is moving at some speed, it's because it suffered the compression of some force in the past, and it is still in that state. That is what is motion. And so you cannot measure it because you do not have an object that does not get compressed with motion. That's what Moscovitz explained. It's completely rational. It's obvious what is happening. When it says that an engineer could have discovered gravity and people laugh about it, instead of Albert Einstein, some engineer with satellite discovered that things get clocks get out of sync. It would be really the work of an engineer, because that's all relativity is. Some fucking object getting compressed. And then they decide to create this special name of relativity to explain the unique behavior of nature, that if you squash something, it gets crushed. So I have a critique here about relativity like that. It's completely demented to say that spaces have been compressed. It explains nothing. You can pause and read. See? It's just a piece of a scene. And here I'm criticizing it so straight and so shortly because I'm just reminding the points there. And I'm saying that it's not even as it is, so convoluted, there's so many useless, meaningless things on it, like time and space. If just space is changing, it gives the same result. You can run the equation using space or you can run using time. It gives the same result, because time is meaningless. Time has a third dimension, has something that is changed, is completely meaningless if the space is already changed. And it's self-realized, it's an adder theory. It's wrong? Well, there's some dark matter there that is making it wrong by that exact amount. You're not actually wrong. We are actually just discovered dark matter there. So it's completely bullshit. But even so, I use it as a footstep to criticize an even worse thing that is quantum. Sarjeta trash, scam, Jotter. That's convoluted. Well, it gets better later. Have to think of that. This is just the rated part. After that, I wrote actual declarations of science. I present the counter argument. Just messing around with it then. Then I go to sleep. That's the famous phrase of Albert, that he says that God does not play dice. After saying how worthless relativity is, it's already treated on the chapter 5. I didn't say that quantum managed to be even worse. That's some line. That's some line. It's getting there. It's starting. The good part is starting. After my raging off, my ranting. So in English is itself being repeated. The widen is best. So here, just quoted an essay on the principle of population, this Malthus, that the human mind do no longer have any incitement to inquiry. That is, if we admit some self-realized bullshit like it is random, I present some better arguments later. This is a piece of art that I had to put here. Oh, actually present right now. Switch to Brazilian again. My god, fuck me, I think I'm pressing the keyboard change. Because I write in several languages, so I often change the keyboard. But every time I change to the Brazilian, to the Latin, the normal Latin keyboard, it's the Brazilian keyboard, so it gets to Brazil. To put it back to English. Change the language of the document automatically when it sees them change the keyboard. Even though it's off, the automatic changing recognition of text. But changing the keyboard on the document does that. How do we call it T? AT. Aliens. Replace it. Yeah. I'm on a castaway on an island when this scene happens. So I have this rage, this rant out of nowhere as I'm watching the rain fall. And then I go to sleep. And now I'm actually established some explanation, some justification for some of my wild claims of effect. The lights are blinking a little, let me save this. I just have to get something over there. Oh, I'm streaming, I cannot pause. Crazy. Well then, have this cool 2 lines for a moment. Dropping in the dark. I actually... oh shit. I actually read. It was on Kant. Was it on Hoop? Or was it on Hobbes? I think it was on Kant. A line last week. Yesterday. That talked about groping in the dark. The difference of the science building up. It was Ham. Was it? Hami talking about... no, Hami talked about the building up of new frontiers and then access to resolve the human problem. to solve all the rest at once with ease instead of building up new frontiers everywhere. It was Kant who talked about science and established the methods, the scientific method to metaphysics, to his stupidity, instead of groping in the dark. I could mention that here, I could quote him, but it does not fit so greatly. Even less so when he's actually talking about metaphysicals bullshit. Oh, this one not died. Hallelujah. Why is that A and that A not fused? I'm not kidding. This is a quote from the natural philosophy of Boskovic, and the relativist love. It's a reference to that scene when I mentioned that Boskovic described relativity exactly and better than Albert. Well before. This is not argument. This is just some red beliefs. But bear with me. I'm well aware this is just some pretty statements. And just mention of Boskovic. These quotes from Boskovic again attention to this scene where iam vero idea, quae vulgo elementa appellare solent, terra, aqua, aera, ignis. Nihil aliud mihi sunt, nisi diversa solida et fluida. Water, agua, air, and fire. Because these were still the elements of nature back then, when he developed the freaking relativity. Atoms were not a thing. Actually, I just mentioned here that atomic theory has been going on from Epicurus way before our current age, over 2000 years ago. But yeah, these are the elements. And they are nothing. Every solid and fluid is nothing but some homogeneous dot particle disposed in different ways. So he denies the multitude of structures, that something is composed of a single thing disposed on different structures. This is a stroke of genius, except that the rest of his books are absolute trash. And I say here that his book is trash at the end, and there is only one other thing, one other good phrase that he says, which is this one, this combo here, that randomness is just ignorance. Everything in nature has a determinate cause. This is a profession of belief on determinism. That's it. No argument. I'm well aware. It's very beautiful. And I profess my convictions, not my faith. I'm going to justify them right after. Trying this. I hit back at waving particles here. Fields and energy. I finished with a reference to love and repulsion. This is Empedocles. Empedocon. It's on the accusative theme. Which is the old one that even Aristotle so often mentions. And he says that everything in the universe is composed of love and repulsion. And most of the ancient philosophers could not make up a word with a single thing. They had to make two things to interact and make up everything. And what I'm so daringly saying here is that mind and matter of metaphysics laid off is the exact same bullshit of the wave or particle debate of light, or the modern field and energy of field and particles. This diet of things is ridiculous beyond measure. That's all I do here. I say here actually something stronger. I say that it's based purely on belief. There is no reason to separate these things. It's completely imaginary, that division. And that is what I'm working on. So this is a statement. And this is what needs to be proved in order for this to be wrong. A giant test here, but what the fuck? Metaphysics. No, it's not relevant. Just the origin of the bond. Kind of weird, but you can tell the bond that I make that they are not caring about causes. They are just repeating some things of experience and stupidity. That's not science. It's pure habit of experience, and experience is not science. It's not the comprehension of the universes. And that's a heavy reference to Aristotle. Packets. It's another name they use. package. It's not showing my errors. The weight of this statement cannot be perceived for someone who has not read thousands of pages into ancient biology and ancient science. But I give a glimpse of that by quoting Aristotle all the time. How much the man knew about the world. He still supported extreme absurds, and how much Charles Robert Darwin fought against the society that had this idea of a species. They were perfect models created by God with no explanation. And that is what Robert went on to destroy. And here I have some giant notes about how some of these people before knew so much about animals. They knew so much. They could fill hundreds of pages. They knew detailed behaviors. And they still supported ideas like the self-generations of animals out of the mud. And the species, of course. For that, species, like the forms of Platon. I have the entirety of my previous pages fighting this idea of perfective forms. So when I hit it here on physics 2, it's really strong. Yeah, Aristotle observed the biological contamination of ships that they would station somewhere, and then some animals from distant lands would start appearing there. And that for him was just a factoid that animals surged spontaneous from mud, and the ship got some mud there, and it was appearing from that mud from somewhere else. God made that mud to produce that animal, and the ship having that mud did that. Do not imagine the effect that it had on the ecosystem in reality. Here I also quote some Magia Naturalis, who said the same thing even better. Aristotle, he also talks about animals, that animals of a certain characteristic put that characteristic to the sun. He had noticed inheritance. He had noticed that if a nigger, if some African slave laid with a Greek girl, the child sometimes was white, like normal, but the grandchild displayed the Negro characteristics. He noticed atavism of his time, not only inheritance, that characteristics appeared after certain generations sometimes. He also notices how there is not space on Earth for every animals, but only a few survive. There were not space for all to germinate. But then, in how every animal is perfectly adapted to his area. And they cannot live on a lake or a field nearby because there is another animal there already that's specialized for that conditions. They are in war against their prey, and they are competing for resources. They are all perfectly adapted to that. But then, he did not see how that competition of that many, only the best fit would survive. Only then would pass their genes. Only they would pass their genes. Only they would produce offspring and pass that characteristic to the offspring. To him, that was the work of God. God made our species. He knew the freaking inheritance, but said that things that did not change. And so God made that for nature to have buds. That bees have good vision because they need it to survive. And the terrestrial animals do not need it so much. And God does not make anything in vain. That is his argument. That's why bees have good vision, because God made it so they could live. And it would be vain to give to other animals. And that's why they don't have it. That's his logic. So he has sufficient knowledge, but he's using his heart to think, I say here. It's actually part of his description of anatomy. He says the heart is the where we think with, like the Egyptians were before him, instead of the mind. The mind's just there to adopt the head, the brain, I mean. And so he did not question what's a species, but that they were only made like that. And I go on, enraged about the great mistake that people comment, even noticing hereditary and much things, but not translating that into the actual knowledge, or the actual questioning of what a species is. So I have a long debate on this argument about species. What is a species? And how it completely destroyed the field of biology for all time until it was finally abolished by the origin of the species. As you can see, my scene is called the origin of the subatomic species. And here I put on the crucial point that elementary particles and fields are species. They are individual species, especially created. People do not require to explain where all those elementary particles came from. They are unique. They have no beginning. They are written on the codes of the universe. And that is my questioning. Up here, on that paused part, you can see I said it is identical to it's the action of God. It is aliens who made this. Randomness and its species explained in the same way. Species is part of the act of God, because it's impossible to prove that it does not exist something that partakes of God, of randoms, or aliens, and it explains everything with ease. But just as those, it has often been found to be wrong. When we learn something more, we see it was not aliens, it was not God, and it is not randomness. The stupid, self-fulfilling argument that cannot be proven wrong. Until some knowledge comes and we see that it was wrong for that case. It's wrong for that case. It was not the aliens who built the pyramids. But what if they built something else? Something else. It's an endless argument that they apply the same stupidity over and over again. And that is what I come to discuss here. It's actually not so. I have no information to back that up, but okay. Oh, atomic indivisible is not a list. Atomic is being used on the exact sense of being indivisible because, well, they fucked that name to hell and back. That is why every time you see me mentioning atomic atoms, because there is nothing atomic about a freaking thing that they call the modern atomic element. Cabinet. The shitty words that I use. There is not any sustainability. How do I write that shit in English? Stoichiometry. Element. Stoichiometry. I have to copy this shit. Taigara Reusis Aboton. That's atomic theory on its finest. Of an actually visible particles. Gravity pulls, light shoves away. There is that thing. That is a minor thing here. Then moving on how can that be? This is a certain quantical phenomena where even things that do not have sufficient speed to perform some operation, like two helium that cannot. Helium is too big, man. Two things that cannot activate a reaction, that do not have sufficient power to pay the activation price. For my description, they are not strong enough on the emotion, the violence on the parts to disturb the other sufficient to destroy the structure so that they will form a single one by themselves. Things that do not have sufficient energy, if they have energy to be stable on the other structure, they teleport and make the other one. That's it. That's the quantum explanation. A quantum teleport if it has enough energy. It's a freaking universe checkbox. If it has enough energy, you are allowed to teleport and complete that. Did I say completely unspeakable and infantile? I just keep criticizing instead of showing forth my argument. Oh my god. It's impossible to write that thing without criticizing another opportunity. Because it's simply unbearable. Such mental scam. Because I have to edit it down and take that out. All that criticism and leave only my arguments. How do I write this shit? Hate takes over me. This is a vein. This is a fake argument. I should not be saying that. Where's the good pass, man? It's not coming. He's bundled up in too much shit. I wrote it last year. Perhaps I should polish it heavily, like a diamond would cut parts off and leave just the actual argument. Where is the fucking watch? This part is good, but the presentation that it comes from the most undeniable stichometric simplicity is fake. It's not undeniable. Nothing is undeniable. Fuck me dead. The presentation sucks. I'm going to erase this. Undeniable. I'm going to leave that shit in because it is undeniable. Not because you cannot deny, because you cannot question it like fate. But because it's what all our experience have ever seen so far. Everything is. So you cannot deny this stoichiometric about the universe. I have to find a reason that something would not be, that something would break and be different from everything else. What is the reason that the elementary particles break and are not stoichiometric? There is no reason. They just think it is. It's just pure ignorance. What is the mechanism of randomness? I use that argument later. Not here, I use here on the about the mind. So anyway, here I mentioned the barbarians, man. Oh my god. Criticize this argument for some other part. No way, it sounds so silly. I used it in some lines before, but it was fine there, but not here. I should treat the uncertainty principle here, but it's so fucking stupid it cannot be treated on any logical terms. It's wrong by default. Comment of shit. That is not a positive statement. It's pure belief. Tries to prove its own axiom. Its own pretext. It sets up the base, a postulate, and the postulate proves itself. I use some very shitty words, man. What is a fucking mathematical necessity? But I'm actually coding, believe me. I'm actually coding some old guys. I'm discussing these modern methods, but I'm using the older language because I'm comparing the modern methods with the ancient ones, and I'm using the exact argument of the ancient ones against them. What they define as mathematical necessity. It's not a thing today, but it's something they used before. So this is the proof for some old arguments, but can be used for modern ones. Just extending that, it gets so messed up and so shit and so confusing with all that unneeded redundancy in order to refer to the past. I feel like changing biological and mathematical necessity. Oh, what explanation is that? Let's move on. I need to copy this long S. Let me reset the Portuguese thing. This is an S. It's called a long S. Looks like a fucking F, but it's an S. S in the middle of words starts to come like that. That's Isaac Newton guy. Now, are you still there, Banana? Can you read this shit? What? Is that not quant? Oh well. Quando corpo impose autre, il ne lui peut donner aucun mouvement qu'il ne peut en mesme temps autante du sien. Ni l'un en autre que le sien ne s'augmentant de autant. So when a body pushes another, it cannot donate no movement. It cannot donate no movement. That it does not lose at the same time that part that it just gave that movement. And it cannot be increased in any movement. That another body does not lose by giving that movement to him. Basic archaeology. I quote these lines a lot. in itself, of itself. Genius! Man is a genius! Professed the most basic logic in the universe. And that's pure geniality on a world so filled with retardeds. Indicament, indiciment. Indictment. This is not, it was at the beginning, but it changed it chimerically and it is no longer. But I'll keep it. That is that people assume universal gravitation. That's the problem. Everyone. Gravity is something that exists everywhere in the universe, and it exerts forces everywhere in the universe. That's it. Before, like Aristotle literally said that if you transport the earth, if you break the earth apart and take those pieces to the moon, it will not fall to the moon. It will fall back to the place they were at the center of the universe, where the earth was. That was his logic. It was a density thing that organized the universe. And with Newton, he quantified that force as really dependent on the... Actually, Bacon, Francis Bacon, the so exalted mind, said the exact same thing as Aristotle. He actually literally said that he made tests and put some rods with wires that prove it, to his mind, prove it, that the gravitational thing was dependent on the on what was his point again? On that density thing to the universe. And if you put a hole to the earth, some said that it would stop in the middle. But he disagreed with that, and his wires on all the things was what he said that disproved the idea that things would stop at the middle of the earth without falling further. He would say that things would fall only as far as the density thing to the universe permitted, something like that. I don't remember, he says too much shit. It was a copy of Aristotle. But with Newton, with Isaac, they invented the universal gravitation. Just took two pieces of things and quantified how much force it had. He actually criticized that it cannot come inherent forces. But he did not explain that on his Principia, and it caught on everywhere forever. Until now. I destroyed this. Does not sound good yet. This scene is a complete mess. But I've thrown several seeds. I hope you see that I've come together at the end and for a coherent explanation of these things. Causas raro-naturali non pluris admittiri debere, con quae et verae sint et earum phaenomenes explicantes sufficium. This is from the principle of Newton. You should not accept more natural causes than very admit. You should not admit plurality of natural causes of natural things, natural rare. More than it is which are true and are sufficient to explain the phenomena. In listening separated of Deodac efficum naturalis et juxi generis et sunt causali. Where is my S? Where is my freaking S? Now, parsimony is the principle in biology when you are making phylogenic trees. That you should use parsimony. You should not attribute different causes for the same thing. That is more than what is necessary. The law, this accession of Isaac do not attribute more explanations than what is true and sufficient is the exact definition of parsimony, and it's much ancient than Isaac. And there's another parallel with biology, and they literally have a scene on biology, and they use parsimony in biology to explain both human origin and the relationship of animals. And at the end, I use parsimony to explain also these particles, how these elementary particles share so many qualities, but they are all unique to themselves for some magical field that affects them all, affects some and other nodes. There's no parsimony. You are attributing, you have to explain the cause several times because you are not eliciting them all from the same cause. So the laws of physics and the parsimony of biology are the same. The simple logic of a valid. Not really of a valid argument, but I'm going to forge on. You can edit it later. Let's just get this done with. Is nothing good is natural, or it's good that nothing is the best thing to get? Nothing good. It has to be because I have to common out, but they are nothing good. I actually explained the droplet analogy straight through the scene. But these parts are literally interpolations that I made upon myself, breaking the example to the middle to comment shit. It's not depending on its nucleation site though. Yeah, fuck it. Screens are below. Screens. Wait there, motherfucker. Can you read this line? Spanish 101. Hey, I'll get you. What is the line? Where is the chat? Go to the chat and read that line to me.
You get to be trolling me.
What does the thing says?
Quand un corps en pouffe un autre, il ne peut lui donner. Il ne lui peut donner. Ok, ça a été inversé. Quand un corps en pouffe un autre, il ne peut lui donner aucun mouvement qu'il n'en perde en même temps autant du lien, ni lui en ôter que le lien ne s'augmente d'autant. This makes no fucking sense.
How much when a body pushes another, it cannot donate no movement that it has not lost at the same time of itself.
Uh,
But
That's weird.
you can
Boys, I gotta go back.
you can read like normal, right?
Hi, YouTube. Peace, YouTube.
Bye. I wanted to see his reading things of that French. René Descartes is from the 16th century, 1050. Well, by the end of that, 4 years to end the century. So it is French for 400 years ago. A little more. And I can understand it better than normal French, than the current one. Has been separated from us for less time. Quando corpus impose un autre. But I cannot read, man. I cannot read this shit. Il ne lui peut donner aucun mouvement qu'il n'a perdu en même temps autant de sien. Ne lui un autre que le sien ne s'augmente de autant. It's bowling. This obviously is also some ancient bullshit. The geometrical description of a ball is all the time referred as equal powers leaving a center. That is, the radius has the same distance to the center everywhere. Well, there is a radius that you break the electron if you go through. But it's straight. I should not be saying this kind of shit. But instead of precision, I'm more trying to wake a mind that has been determined and then painted and maimed by current indoctrinations. I have to say this kind of sensationalistic shit to try to get in and wake up that is sleeping intellect of all humankind nowadays. Like Boscovich say, the same element, the same thing, simply disposed in different ways. I have no idea what this is meant to say. There is some great deturpation. On the observation, like always, ranks. I'm going to show you some crazy line. Yeah. This is real bad. This looks so ugly. What am I saying here? That's the best amendment I can do with the words that were already here. The confusion is so great here, man. Should have polished this thing and worked more on it before I went to translate. But oh well, I'm going to forge ahead and I have to play tomorrow, so let's get this done with. What the fuck is being said here? I tried to reduce the water cycle to as few lines as possible, and this is what I came up with. I can tell that is what happens, but I cannot tell what I came up with. What the fuck is this? Hey, I think I'm going to call that that. Principle of impermeability is permeability. Permeability. It's from Boscovic. It's from many people that they explain how things can attract but not all collapse down to a single point. And in the case of Boscovic, there are phases of attraction and repulsion. At some distance it works like that, then it changes and then it changes. Then it's this crazy algorithm through how things can both attract and repel. I have to criticize statement. It's simply impossible to write about such stupidity, such obvious thing without criticizing the other side. Let me go. not explain straight, man. But I'm always comparing the electron to the planet. And the electron does not penetrate the proton. For the same reason that the droplet does not fucking penetrate the planet and goes to the other side. There's another layer there. Because it's a complex superstructure with many layers and many shapes. And all that shape means is how much force do you need to pierce it. Everything will stop when the forces are equal. And the electron simply does not have enough force, even if it's being pulled by the other one, to penetrate the crust of the proton. Basically this. Hits and kicks off. But I do not explain it straight. Why do I not explain it straight? Strange and weird. I repeat beliefs without foundation many times. But here I actually go down and hit the unifying principle of why it is true. Why it's that determinism is logically true. All this time I have been talking why quantum is worthless, why it's the same stupidity that has haunted humankind for so long and it's completely unscientific and does not lead to questioning, to new discoveries, to progress. Just accept that something's so right, and that's it. It's brain dead. Oh, I have criticized it enough there. Let me stop from criticizing here. The test says enough about that. I have nothing to add on the criticism side. I'll actually mention it directly. Just provoke the closet, which is provoked because it's cool. And this world exists now. Mention hits so much because it's so good, man. You remember that the description about the boiling milk? And I have actually other heat scene, and I put it a little after this part. The other heat scene goes deeper into all the species and creation is behind these ideas. I actually have to create a clickbaity title. We push that or the second one will do much better, I suppose. It's much more clickbaity, like the creationism of quantum mechanics. Yeah, it is something. It is something. But the other one, the reason, I actually have to go to sleep soon, so I can wake up on time to go live before the thing starts, and so I can show on the groups the Temporis announcement for people to watch me, but yeah, I have to finish this. Then I go to sleep, and I wake up, it's Temporis. Temporus time. You made me say the ugly name, man. With Therese, it's too ugly. Sounds like a gay bullshit. So the creationism of quantum mechanics will not attract much people. But the reason why quantum mechanics are creationist will attract people. Creationism of quantum mechanics, that's just stupid. But the reason why will really get people clicking. However, I would have to use that for my short video that I mentioned before. Not for a fucking 6 hours video of me translating slowly this shit. Oh fuck. So, last part here goes deeper into quantum mechanics. It's about what's actually atomic physics. It is that atoms have this force that keeps them together. And yeah, it's a force, it's a power, it's there. But then they had the idea of masses, and they found masses that what keeps them together are these things. But then there's another part that is gluons, where they do not apply the same logic. They do not require explanation. It's a force and that's it, and that's it. Let's call it a day. They say, well, it's actually not elementary. And then they find an explanation for it, but the explanation is that the mesons are made of elemental particles. Every time they just go down one level and say, we found it, this is the end of physics, this is the last thing, this is random, this is incomprehensible. And they have been repeating that for all of humankind. It's ridiculous. Quantum mechanics is the most ridiculous thing I have read on the modern world. The production of the modern world. component does not fit at all. Here is the critical part. Ultimate particles is a phraseology that the creator of the modern atomic theory used. He actually called the atoms the ultimate particles. And he also called molecules. The guy literally describes how the atom of water and the atom of oxygen make the atom of hydrogen and the atom of oxygen make the H2O molecule. And then he proceeds to call the molecule a freaking atom. He says that it's made of parts and that it can be broken down back into parts stoichiometrically and then call it indivisible. It's incomprehensible. What he means with atoms is that it's a packet. It's a quantized packet that has no variation, where he's wrong and where every fucking elemental shit is wrong. But they keep repeating that. It gets on my nerves. I cannot even proceed to translate this shit. Here. This is the main point after criticizing it all, how stupid it is, and why. Why did they make it? And the point is that there was never any reason to name the modern atoms. Both this bosh that I put in here, these intermissions, fuck my flow, but okay. Both those so named as the indivisible elementary particles, as such indivisible axis of the universe, except pure ignorance and baseless faith. In baseless faith in interpreting discrete packages as different text species of indivisible. Again, I have to change that word. Anything that can move me, if it is moving, it is mutating. Something that is moving, something that is stopped cannot be the same. Nothing that moves is immutable, it's elemental. My writing is horrible. I've just noticed that on this part. But remember, I was out of inspiration too. When I'm out of inspiration, it goes all broken like that. That's my usual flow. But I have to polish this. But I can just repeat. But I get the rank on my rage of this thing and I have to go on trashy talking and trashy talking instead of going on with my argument. And with my shit. Just have to stop and criticize things based on pure morality without base. And I've just proceed to this conclusion in my arguments. I have to call people names instead of moving on with my argument. Clickable games, I do not know. It is funny because in Portuguese I write advocate and then it is not. Sometimes I think about adding that word and then I remember I can just put a G. And now reading with a G I put a G here too. Confusion, language derivation stones. I'm just repeating the previous part now because I wrote this before I put the last part of there. I keep flooding this shit with insults and insults instead of moving on. Oh my god, it hurts even me. Imagine to read. It's so unsufferable. But it's necessary. Unless I release my rage, I cannot move on. Until write the rest, I have to release my rage. what I'm saying, what I say here is actually mass is energy, like I said before. And what about the other particles? Are electrons not energy? Doesn't it break down and turns into energy? And every elementary particle, motherfucking stupidity, is just energy. It's just energy, motherfucker. It's just mass. You can make electrons. There is no electron essence that makes electron unique. It is just energy. No elementary particle has this unique thing that no one else has. They're all made of the same thesis. It's all energy. They admit that it's all energy, but somehow they are still unique and separate. It's crazy. That's what I say here. I've been meaning souls. I repeat that about me. What I say here is that the complex behavior of elementary particles is complex. It's not a homogeneous thing. It's not a homogeneous piece of thing. But it has many layers. And if several things have charge, because they all have the same part of it. Not because the universe has several unique particles with several logical statements about each. They are all descendant of one same smaller form. That's what I say here. I do not say the smaller form, but I say that it cannot be elementary if it has complex characteristics, like several. And much less if those characters are found on many others. I actually have several notes here. I talk about quantum jump. Certainly principle there. Don't talk about it really. The actions of the principio. Talk about the if else there. Perduration. Keep it stuck some post. The wheat standing. Isaac. I wrote this about a week ago, so it's much more pretty than the rest. It touches much more things. Not a week, but a month perhaps. Not long ago, it's one of the freshest parts here. It looks much more composed. I've never mentioned these homogeneous particles before. I just shove it out of nowhere and continue discussing on it until the reader understands perhaps. Absolute insanity. I need to bring some order to this argument. But that's for the future. Anyone who truly wants to understand can get the meaning out of it without much defeat. The thing is red, it's shining, it is beautiful. Infinitely more than what is the standard of physics today, which lacks natural philosophy entirely. As I said here, modern physics is just a giant catalog where they annotate everything they see. They do not understand shit. They say, oh, it's random, I don't understand it. Okay, it's random, it's a law. So many random things, it must be a law of randomness. That's how physics nowadays was born. We have lost our philosophy. Philosophy sounds like something silly in metaphysics, but it's not. It has always been natural philosophy. Isaac himself wrote natural philosophy. It then became the name of physics afterwards. But natural philosophy is to give an explanation, a sufficient means. But no, we have lost, we have no theory nowadays. Quantum, as I said, is a complete bullshit and an amalgamation of every experiment, a giant catalog. Relativity is kind of one, but it sucks balls infinity. Don't even discuss here because it's so broken and by default it's wrong by discussing the right way to see. And it also relies on laws, but I just criticize. There are no laws of motion. Yeah, who wrote those laws? There is literally a scene like that. Let me get in. the natural law how God made us. That is statement, that is stupidity. It's the same as our modern physics, man. When they talk about laws. It's infuriating. Ai, toma no cu, I lost the cheat, it's updated. Here. Oh no. I actually use that thing a lot. Here. It's talking about gravity. What does that say about the gravity? Even the most simple interaction of micro-objects is undescribable by any simple equations. There exists no elastic body, and all production of heat and emission of energy as photons is not a failure of the laws of motion and extraneous things, but it is all an indivisible part of the same single process arbitrarily separated. The exact configuration of all its parts will determine the complex result, and all we do is an approximation, for there exists no law, or which was such a legislator. For there exists no law, or which was such a legislator. And who is the king of nature for the rocks to obey? And here I say, La alahi la alaha. There is no God but God. This is the Islam motto. It's one of the 5 pillars of Islam, which is La ilaha Allah Allah. La ilaha Allah Allah. But I took an A out and changed a little of the ending, and I put La on both. There are no gods, no God. Who then wrote the laws of motions, thermodynamic of gravity? So I'm once again linking it to pure belief and guesswork, which sounds like an insane claim, even if you have read thus far. But at the end of this chapter, there is another scene that I go down. That part about laws was on gravity. That is why I'm not talking much about gravity here. I've already treated of it. This is not the first exposition of the reader to these arguments, but he has seen about 600 pages by now, so I can jump quite a bit, which would be very frightening and hard to understand for some random reader, which is why I'm saying things here. If anyone watches it and wants to reform the current world of physics, you have some explanations here. That you allow me to do that already, for just this video. Differently disposed, like that post-COVID copy. Selecting then to the most stable forms. Selection is the key point that I'm going to hit now. I've explained why they are shit, and now I'm giving my explanation. Selection. all the statements. And here I got the Novum Organum. I should cut it here actually. Etiam operam quae iam inventas sunt, casui debenturet experentiae, magis quam scientistis exentiae enim, quas nunc habemus nihil ahud sunt quam caelum conficionationis rerum antiam inventorum, non modum inventivi aut designations novorum operum. So he criticized science for being a list of experiments and not being a system able to infer or to foretell the path to more fundamental other things. It's what I'm saying here, and he expands it. Scientiae quae nunc habernum inutilis sunt ad inventione operando, or scientists are useless to make new inventions. Ita et logica quae nunc habentur, and the logica which they never have. Inutilis est ad inventionem sancta. Oh no, he actually said that logic is useless for science. The logica which they never had. But he's actually talking about empiricism. And instead of inventing everything from the mind. Logica quae est usuet ad homes. Okay. So he criticizing that way they just list a bunch of experiments and have no science, no model to actually go in deeper and having an idea that it is random, there is no explanation. As I said many times before, it kills your mind, makes your brain dead. There is no reason, you do not have to research anything more. You already know everything. It's random, yeah, there's nothing else to know. It's completely bullshit, it's toxic, and it's a cancer to science. What I mentioned here is the actual critic to that creationism. Fucking some motherfucker, the intelligent design of the universe. And the discovering of laws. As I said, people nowadays are seeking for the law of the universe, like there was something written there, which is so absolutely stupid. And to that, I haven't seen it. Elastic. Oh, that one. Oh. Elastic. Oh, there is no elastic, man. Elastic is fluid, it's not liquid. Here. I'm talking here about thermodynamics. However, I have already deliberated sufficiently on my mind so that with the reduction of my average kinetic energy, the code, so it is the average kinetic energy, it's the code now, I'm feeling cold so I'll go home, bring me to trace my course back home, as if the 24 degrees, 295 on the only true scale, that is, this is Celsius, and this is Kelvin, the only true scale, were not cold enough for a night in summer, which midday of the year, although read on Lugnasad. So that's the relation to the summer equinox. So read on Lugnasad, the equinox is past. It's about past the middle of summer, approaching the autumnal equinox. This is the equinox, so the summer is not equinox, it's the solstice. Yeah, it has passed the solstice of summer and it's approaching the autumnal equinox, so we don't look at between them. That is the wind constantly bringing fresh air with its entire heat absorption capacity, as what they absolutely call apparent temperature. So, it's 24, it's quite hot for most people, but for me it's cold. And the wind is moving, so there is new heat absorption. I give my heat, it becomes less able to absorb heat, but as the wind is blowing, it does that. On an earlier scene, I mentioned coffee, and people blowing coffee do not blow to refrigerate their coffee with their breath. They are just changing the upper air and bringing in new air, which has a greater heat absorption capacity and velocity. And that's how they make the thing colder. And that's how it's making me cold too. A ridiculous name since humans do not have infrared sensors to truly know the heat of something, and in every case they only feel the apparent velocity of transmissions. As strongly confirmed by touching here on a piece of wood and then on a piece of metal, which obviously are at the same room temperature, which is the pure rate of transmission enlists every layman to say, without any thought that the metal is much colder. So, the apparent temperature is a stupidity I say here, because we can never tell temperature. It's always apparent. We cannot censor it. We can only censor the velocity of transmission. And that is why when we touch wood and a piece of metal, the metal feels cold. When they are obviously at the same freaking run temperature, they could not be at any other temperature. But the velocity of transmission is all we feel. The thermodynamics, or better, the crass fantastical conception of such an inexistent force, perturbs my thoughts on the way back. So I think that going back home, this is on the first chapter. So you can see I go preparing the reader for that. There are a few minds, better than the mean, which think that the nature of heat is like some elastic fluid. That's a gas. A gas is an elastic fluid. And a liquid is an inelastic fluid. It cannot extract 3 dimensions. Of great subtlety, which particles repel each other, although they are attracted to every other body. So heat is some kind of gas that is very fine, and they repel each other but are attracted to everything else. And thus, upon all being at the same temperature, such caloric being goes into a quiescent state, where the quantity of gas in each body is not proportional to its weight or bulk, but the special affinity that each material requires to reach equilibrium. So I have 1 kilo of water and 1 kilo of metal. The gas of heat will not go the same amount to both, but every material has an special affinity to that caloric gas that it will reach equilibrium. As for the majority, with or without the consideration for the caloric transference radiating through the vacuum, imagine it's only a magical spirit of heat inhabiting each body, and of its wrathful, dangerous state gradually calming down, although the true majority never gave any consideration to thinking about how anything works. So I take a piece at normal people here, but they have never thought about how it works. And that while some good minds think about this caloric gas, the majority only imagine some magic spirit inhabiting the object. So it's hot, it's biting, it's an angry spirit. That's how people imagine. That's how people imagine energy. Not something material. Some angry spirit that's inhabiting that and making it. And that's still how physics sees motion. Let's go on. Without an elementary sense of fire or a special energy of heat, when a piece of wood burns, it is already visible to the eye how are moved the small parts of such material, where the subtleties are as if transformed into fire, air and smoke, while the grossest are left behind as ashes. So after giving this explanation, there is a note here. That idea of the gas, I'm quoting directly from a new system of chemical philosophy. You can read here, it's in English. And when I read this, I thought he was going, that's what people think, and this is how they are wrong, and he was going to explain. But no, this is how the motherfucker actually thinks. This is how he imagines it. The guy who came up with the modern atomic theory. And now I'm quoting this part, translated. it is René Descartes' description of heat, which is older than that and perfect. Even to modern, it's better than modern description of heat. So there is no essence of fire, there is no elementary particle of fire that makes heat, man. Because we already know it's just the movement. But let's just imagine that we do not know. There are all those people saying there's some magic essence of fire, there's some elemental fire particle with energy, heat energy. That's how everyone treated it. But this guy, no, he said that's not real. That the wood burn, we can see that it's moving. And the finest parts become like fire and smoke, the smallest parts of it. And the grossest are ashes. But such imaginers can put the fire on the wood, put the heat on the wood, and give to it the capacity of being burned. That's the Aristotelian argument, that something only burns because it is burnable. That something is only heard because it has the power to be heard. I have the power to hear, but something needs to have the power to be heard in order for me to hear. So I see because something emits the seeing particles. I hear because they emit the listening part. I understand because they emit the understanding particles. It's absolutely retarded. And Thomas Hobbes says literally against that, but it's not worth to see that caught right now. So if you put that magic fire essence or heat essence or the capacity of being burned, as much as it pleases them, no alteration or change would happen only by possessing such inherent characteristics. It is necessary the addition of such movement of its parts that dislodge it from its neighbors and separate them. So, these powers are worthless, they mean nothing. Without movement, without this movement, that the finest parts are separated and the grossest stay, heat does not exist. It's only movement that does that. And so to the contrary, abstain that thought, some essential, some magic elemental particle of fire, and some caloric gas and heat, and some burning power to it. And nothing will be changed on the phenomenon, provided solely that there is such power that violently moves the particles. Violent motion is heat. This guy could foresee that before Newton was born. Way before this crazy guy of the atomic theory made his stupid gas affirmations. He knew exactly that heat was only motion, and he extended that to every other power in the universe. Nothing more is necessary for the description of what we observe on the phenomenon of combustion, and now collective movement arbitrarily called heat. That is why I use heat so much, because I have already mentioned this example. I have this super description. For in order for a body to move another, it itself has to be in movement, so that the body of fire, which acts upon the wood, is composed of small parts which move themselves independently one of the other, in such very prompt and very violent motion. So, the fire, as we know nowadays, is just air moving very fast. It burns the wood by heating it very violently, breaking it apart. And as I extended further, the molecules, when they break, they are just releasing these small parts. They are composed of parts and they break apart. These molecules are so small and violent that they hit with some Brownian motion the air particles and make them move too. That is all that happens in combustion. The molecular part of it, since there are not molecules here yet, he's just using his imagination of what is wood made of. What the fuck is wood made of? He has no idea, man. It's just some bunch of parts and no elements disposed. There's no molecular when this guy developed his ideas. But he's still atomic. imagines that everything would have to come from this indivisible part. Since they would not have the strength that they have to act upon other bodies if they had not the velocity to compensate for the lack of grandness. As you can see, this means that the force equals mass time acceleration. He says that with every word before Isaac was even born. He even got the idea of fire, and of senses and everything. René Descartes is a genius. While the fact that they are generally going upwards reveal no other reason that is not the greater resistance offered at every other direction. So the fire goes up because that pressure that I mentioned at the beginning. Because as the particle moves, if you trace them individually, there is more resistance on every other direction. So they all end up following the same path. They organize themselves. It's not some special animal, especially made. It's the result of selection upon selection upon selection. The environment molds every phenomenon, be it an animal, complex, or be a single fire. They all go up because it's where there is less resistance. Greater resistance is offered at every other direction. And thus, the set of independent particles creates a single effect without any special universal law intelligently created and designed just for such a specific special phenomenon. There's no law of fire. They all are so uniform and so equal because the individual parts are suffering the same selective pressure. There is no special law intelligently created to make fire that form or any other interaction. They are just following the selective pressure of the environment which forms that structure. A thermodynamic law. There's no thermodynamic law. For it is so selected by its natural environment. That's actually mine. That's not from René Descartes. I altered a bit, make it more, mainly this final part. It does not say anything about selection, but he does say that it offers resistance in every other direction, which is indirectly selection, but he never noticed it. But it is so selected by its natural environment and as each act by itself, following the path made less difficult by the placement of the surrounding bodies. Exactly force upon it. It is not necessary for the fire any other characteristic besides such emotion for the phenomena which you observe to be created. And the sensation of heat is nothing more than the sensation of pain when it is violent, or tickling when it is moderate. It is the action of myriads of small particles colliding and generating the sensation on the small parts of our hand or body. Not differently of how, without any fire, just by rubbing, how do I read that shit? Any random thing we create the same agitated motion perceived as heat. That is his description of heat, in which I endorse entirely. And I contrast it with the description of the chemical guy, which is absolutely retarded. In the same way, the movement released by the bond I explained has these small parts of the molecule which we cannot still see. And the only valid explanations what I'm arguing is that a mechanical analysis of how a greater effect is made, not by its inherent characteristic force of the universe. Heat is a very important agent in nature. It cannot be doubted that so active a principle must be subjected to general laws. If the phenomena indicate otherwise, it is because you do not take a sufficient comprehensive view of them. So what he says is that heat is important for life, So, certainly, God, the Creator, made some laws for heat. It's a work of God, the laws of Creator. And this is an absolute faith on creationism. any unique species that God molds every order of the universe is obviously worth the opposite of science. It shows the stupidity of the chemical guy. As unique species, individually created with that purpose. That's what they say. That is what laws of physics imply. That a creator made them for that purpose, which is absolute dimension, the opposite of science. That is why quantum mechanics is creationist. It inherited from Isaac. The measures and quantifications of Isaac provided beautiful general tools. But before the creationist ideas of every future author, explicit or implicit, they imagine themselves discovering the formula and algorithm of the creator to each magical force that they made up, and each phenomenon being the work of creation and a unique species and unique law, which do not even require an explanation and only quantification. That is the worst legacy that Isaac Newton left us, because he introduced the idea of laws that a law do not require an explanation and it only requires quantification. God made the universe and made everything for a purpose. We just need to quantify it. That is the idea of laws, and that still exists on all those stupid elementary parts of quantum mechanics nowadays. And then I started trash talking real hard how that's pure dimension and contrary to all real logic and science as I do that. And only the dual logical sequence of events really describes something. Instead of physics, of an explanation of natural philosophy that explain the words, it becomes that search of laws and simple equations, especially designed for some creator on the source code of the universe to fulfill that purpose. When nothing have been created, not even the animal species, they just follow the path of less difficulty. That is, the environment selects what is a stable structure and not. And Dalton, I think I swallowed some fucking mosquito. I trash talk Dalton a lot here, but it's not needed. Dalton, the guy that came up with modern atomic theory and named atoms as atoms and named molecule as atoms, he had no reason to name as atoms, as I say. He simply believed that he had found the unit of God, and he also, most of his work is actually trying to find the law of thermodynamics, how God wrote the source code of how thermodynamics works. Now we know that atoms, atomic, we divide them. He had no reason to put that, but his pure, stupid faith. And he had no reason to seek a law of thermodynamics. As we know it's just a random motion when we analyze the individual parts. But he did anyway. Why? Because of his stupid faith on laws of a creator, on the background of the universe. And that, as I have been saying this entire time, is quantum physics. It's just like that, it's a law. It's a fundamental part of the universe. You cannot divide it. God made it like that and it's always like that. It's even random. You cannot even learn about it. This Dalton guy goes real hard, saying that the sun has to produce luminous rays and caloric rays because, he says, a ray of light cannot carry heat, only light. Just like that dimension of Aristotle just said that things emit the radiation of understanding so that you can understand them, kind of things. So it's pure fantasy, those ideas. And that is what I'm criticizing on all this work. And that is how powerful this paragraph is for someone who actually has read the rest of my work and understand all my hate against those especially created species, animal species, and about laws, which are just creationist bullshit that has remained on physics for so long, for our very detriment, for the destruction of our science. And well, now that you can understand a little better, let's move on to this final part. It's already 12 in the night, I should go to sleep. There is much to contemplate. Let's just go. There are not two forces or any. Ah man, I talk about dead still. Fuck me dead. Bidirectional transmission of energy for the objects to each other with the same pace. I have criticized this several times. Isaac, as everyone knows, I'm cutting it here. Oh, okay. I cut this thing several times during my work. Two reactions, everything has a equal and opposite reaction. Absolutely demented statement. The probe of meteor assisted, that's gravitational acceleration, assisted, gravitational assisted, accelerates for the because the I mean, what the fuck, man? There is gravitational assist. We see that the planet loses fucking energy in order to accelerate a probe. But the energy in the system is the same. Yes, the system. But it accelerates that piece of shit. There is a transmission. The planet gives transmission. When gravity pulls a piece of water down, it loses energy. It transmits that energy to the fucking droplet of water. How can gravity exist, be recognized, and then people find some explanation that keeps the theory of universal gravitation alive? It's impossible. That things pull each other with the same force. Fucking hell, my god, I hate this shit. They pull you the same force, the fucking thing will not change its state ever. The planet loses. Oh, I just mentioned the drop it now. And nothing is different on the case of the droplet fall. Which one becoming more massive? The problem becomes more massive. The planet is less massive. The total mass in the system is the same. But the fucking planet is less massive. It's transmitting energy. It has gravity. Nothing equal and opposite. There's no equality of force. How the sun loses parts of its structure. The sun is less massive, it loses energy from mass. It loses parts of its structure, its energy. emitting photons without any logic to try to describe as an equal and or positively react to a solar sail. The solar sails are absorbs part of energy. So solar sail moves when it is hit by some fucking light or anything. And there is no equal and opposite reaction. It absorbs the fucking piece of light. It becomes more massive. The photon that is reflected is not impulsionated forward because it's reflected. It's like a guy jumping out of it. The photons has to have less energy, not to impulsionate. The thing simply absorbs energy, like René Descartes described earlier. Simply hits it, pushes it by losing part of itself, and much less there is an opposite reaction on the sun. The sun simply lost the fucking piece of structure that was the photon, and the piece of photon just lost a piece of structure that became the motion of the solar sail. There is no equal and opposite reaction. It's a completely demented and retarded thing. One thing lost at some point, and another got those parts. There is nothing. What is it called? There is nothing proportional. Guy just got some money. My guy pays me some money. Not an equal and opposite reaction. He lost his money, yes. And I got some money, yes. But it's not equal and opposite, man. Just transfer it. It is straight. It's one-sided transfer. I did not transfer to him a bill of minus that money. Transfer to me his bill and he's without a bill. I was the receptor. We are not both receptors and losers. And that's that line of Isaac. That action contrarium sempre equalam esse irrationale. There is always a contraria and equal reaction. photon that left the sun did not give back any contrary energy to it. The sun lost that photon. It is lacking a photon now. It did not receive a negative photon by having created the positive photon. Antimatter bullshit status now. Prime matter, how's that called again? That's not the name? Raw material sucks. I think about erasing this shit, but okay, I'm going to translate, I have to translate it fast. That is too much, I do not think I can. There's some water. Probably gotta be solid. What? I'm just going to translate. I'm just going to translate. I do not know what I meant to say with this. This weird shit is a scene. It's pretty obvious. I'm paraphrasing this. As praexons in azione di trasformazioni corporum. Well, it's quite big, and it's two parts. Compose the rest. It's a novel organ, it's actually Bacon. Look, Bacon saying something nice again. Inks. Quantum says that a photon just pops into existence from nowhere. Its spin, its characteristics are all random. The electron doesn't even pop into existence. If you stop looking at it, when you look back again, its characteristics will all have that. It's absolute dimension. It's not even about that they appear with this magic, unique essence from nowhere, but that even staying there, it does not follow a logical path. It's random all the time. Not only appears from nowhere, its current stance is from nowhere. Has had no past, doesn't matter where it was. But still, doesn't matter. It's part of the statistics. It's just random. People do not know what they say. Quantum is an absolute contradiction and too illogical to even make any sense out of it. And that's what I'm criticizing here with this example. When a body enters into motion, what does it lose or leak it? Or leaks? Or leak it for such transformation of its behavior? What is there left, or what does it gain? What expands or what contracts? What is united or what is separated? What propels it or impedes it? All these changes in an object have to change the fucking object. It's a change. What is that change then? That's my point. And it's so noble and sublime. It's so far away from fucking it's some random shit that just happens from nowhere for no reason. Absolutely mental. The quantum mechanics. Not even possible to consider here. And I'm actually now dealing with actual logic to explain this. These convert themselves randomly. What I say here, that everything is motion. Magnetism, gravity, everything is just motion. How do you measure magnetism? How do you measure gravity? They move something. After something is moving, can you tell if that is the motion of gravity, if it's the motion of something? There is no difference left there. It's all motion, the same energy. And when new elementary particles surge randomly, when something collides and it loses energy, and a photon simply pops into existence, how is that logical to say that the photon pop into existence nowhere, and by pure luck it always happens on those energy transfer? How is that any logical? That's everything is random there on the photon, when it obviously came from that energy that was lost on the transference of motion. It's the product of the selection of that energy forming a new structure. That is how I explain heat there on that part of the boiling kettle thing. That the light of the flame shines because the transference is not perfect. And so that lost energy reorganizes itself into new structures. That is the photonic superstructure. But I say that here, I think. Photons hit the atmosphere, they become protons, they become neutrons, but no. The neutrons and protons just pop into existence out of nowhere. They have no relation to the photons, they are not made of the same thing. The photons just happens casually to stop existing, and by pure chance and luck, randomly, a fucking electron appears with the same equivalent energy of that photon that just disappeared, but they have no relation, obviously. It's all random. Absolutely mental, incomprehensible how that could possibly ever be said. It seems like I'm joking, but people do not say that. But everyone says that. It's the entire community. Not everyone. There are some normal people, some very few, some very excluded and bullied few that defy the normal one, but they do not offer any actual possibility. They just disagree with the law that people decided and want to make their own law. Oh, let me finish this. I've decided enough here. There's no need for me to say any shit. Zeno is a famous guy who makes a few, it's not a bunch, it's a few paradoxes. He talks about someone shoots an arrow and you stop time. No, he says if you look at the arrow, stop it there, and you move on the next thing. What does it say exactly? He asks about the source of motion, and he makes arguments against motion. And he says if you stop time and you look at an arrow, just standing there, you cannot tell how fast it is. What is motion then? But if you move time short, you see it standing somewhere else. What is that motion? What is time? You just say that and that's not here. Oh, what the fuck is this? Did I click somewhere? Did I click somewhere? Oh my god, so far. I have to give up. I have to do shit tomorrow. Oh, here it is. Achilles running against the turtle is another paradox. If you move some distance, before you move it, you have to move half the distance. But before you move that half distance, you need to move half of the distance. But before you move that fourth, you need to move half of that. And you need to move infinite halves. How can motion be possible then? And then so he talks about Achilles and the turtle running. If one always goes half of the other. Job is just breakdowns to the point that there is a minimum unit. That's it. It is this unit I mentioned right here, that makes everything coincidentally. If we had to stop time, seeing the arrows there. Zeno shoot an arrow, Achilles shot a faster arrow, and the third shoot a slower arrow. The time is stopped, we just see a photo, a frame? How can we tell what will happen the next second? How can we differentiate these arrows, these equal homogeneous arrows? They all look the same. But when time is playing, one is fast and the other is slow. So my solution to that thing, if we stop time, so if we stop the time and analyze this arrow, we have to see the information contained within them that tells them how fast they are to move the next frame, the next thing. That's the exact same thing as gravity and all forces do on body, because they all manifest themselves solely by exerting motion into something. The capacity of imparting motion. Clearly here I reference back to that scene on Capital One. But now I say like how they interpret energy itself. All energy itself. That mass is a worthless piece of shit, a ballast of sand that just exists there and creates gravity of nowhere. And energy is this crazy gas that transfers and reaches equilibrium. Some crazy spirit that simply possesses mass and forces that inert, useless thing to move. That's how people still see this shit today. Just like they saw heat before. The same energies of the same concepts to explain energy on the old times. I use it today to explain energy. We have changed the energy we explain. Instead of heat, we have gravity. But you use the same explanation with the same dimented reasoning that this has to be a creation of God that needs an special law to explain it. When ever since everything, it's like heat has been obviously been only motion, so is gravity and all the energies. They are just motion. That sounds so silly when I say it, but you should see my reasoning growing and moving thoughts a conclusion here. There's a while. How do I write that shit you watched? There's still a while. So deal with that. I am repeating that for the third time, what the fuck? See how I'm getting a bunch more errors? I'm tired. My quality is decreasing. And there is so much to translate yet. It's so late. But I have to finish this thing. Be busy, so I cannot finish it late. And lose the beginning of it, so I can play the rest. Without interruption. Weight is inherent of that, and that's mass today still for those let's say that mass is a thing. Even those who do not say it, who say that mass is really just energy, they still differentiate this wave of fields and all that stupidity. Like different kinds of realities interact. They really love the word interact. And when they use it, they do not mean two things colliding. They mean different dimensions doing shit. Things that do not usually interact, but they have some special hold on the universe that they interact only on that limited way. Not in the way that everything is energy, it's just fucking colliding and breaking apart. Different extractors. Oh my god, open safe. Cool. There's going to be a pain to find. No, very much silence over there. I'm repeating my argument again and again and again and again, again. I'm repeating it to see, comprehend the nuance what I'm doing. Not just repeating that it's a bullshit and it cannot be. I'm repeating it's a bullshit that has been going on forever. That has been proven wrong time and time again. That it's going to be proven again. Because it's worthless. It does not contribute to science to just give an answer. It has to explain shit. Not just say it's random. All my experiments, I could not make a theory or an explanation about it, so it has to be random. Absolute stupidity. Phrase is so awful. What the fuck is this boat referring to? like the example of the atom before, that you have different parts and things. Motion is the directional placement of those parts into the structure. More tasteful that it is to say something has weird as movement is a structural property. The obvious which all humankind appeared blind during the millennium. And the more tasteful that they should say something as weird as movement is a structural problem. The obvious, which all human rights appeared blind for millennia. I feel foolish and superfluous right after saying it. For which characteristic is not the result of extraction. Every characteristic is just the result of the extraction. No different. The freaking motion of the gigantic mass. This is a mention to the Platonic cave example, where he explains that everything in the world is fake, and they are just the copy of some perfect, especially created species by the gods. It's the same idea of laws and species that I've been talking this entire time. aiming at is phrasing, but I'm too tired to fix it. I was probably too tired when I wrote it too. So, one of the species that Plato, that Aristotle questions a lot is about numbers. If they are real in this world, if they are a medium case, or if they are perfect forms, if they are infinite numbers of forms. So, besides having all those patterns that they have on the standard model, they also implicitly make an infinite list of all numbers, because they accept the numbers as inherent characters of the universe, as unique forms. They do not think that a 9 is composed of 9 things. They think that 9 is an indivisible particle. How they think something so bizarre and demented? Because they say that gravity bears some exact relationship to the other forces. The only way for gravity and these forces bear that relationship is either they are all made from one single force, they are just generalizations of less complex behavior. So all that difference is due to how many of these little parts they have in comparison with the other, or as they say, each is a basic force of the universe. So the universe has that number imprinted on it, and the force of gravity is simply written on the code of the universe with an exact algorithm and the exact proportion to the others, which is absolutely demented shit level of Plato that even Aristotle rejected. And what I say is that no, there is a single unit, and all numbers, all magnitude is just an arbitrary set of those units. I will mention a little bit more of that here if I manage to finish this shit. The object is stop time. Is in motion, is in movement. here I go back to gravity, and I say that two objects do not need a point of reference. If they could count how many pieces they are made of, the more massive, the one with more pieces, the one with a different structure would promptly reveal their motion. Or, in this case, a single thing by itself, with no point of reference, can already count how many pieces in itself and see what it's moving, what it's the fuck it's doing. Because it's all an structural property. And the problem is that on the lack of we in having this instrument that can peer further and count these discrete and smaller parts. Because we have rulers, and the rulers, if we move it, they will compress. The parts get closer together, they change its structure in proportion to light. Moscovite discovered that we have no means to measure space nor time, because we use some freaking rods of metal which get fucked up and compressed if we put any force upon them. And so Einstein, what he did was actually notice, he just slapped the fucking equation upon it that the compression apparently is on the exact proportion of light. That's all he did. Just he slapped the equation and quantified the compression that Moscovite had discovered. But then obviously he also had the absolute dementia of geometrizing that and including time, which made all the relativity stupidity on this last century of the dark age of physics, that people believe on randomness and on relative time compression craziness. This is what I say here. The structural change of the object already shows what is wrong with it. If it is in motion, it's compressed. The different structure altogether, not something out of space that's changing. The object is fucking changing. It has more parts on it, and you need to fit that thing to a stable form. And the ability to count that, we could tell apart all absolute motion of things. Such is the critique to universal gravitation, and all such individually created species, which interpretation of this equation was abominated by foolishness. About how and how specifically which is the logical observation. I use these stupid terms, but I mean axiometrical and excessive. That the number of parts are the same. Do not change, do not appear, do not disappear, do not do a flip out of nowhere. They have no will, they just follow the path. So, Gravity being this superstructure that is emitted by the gigantic subatomic particles. The subatomic particles of mass, they are unstable to a certain point, and the processes that keep the shape emit this that becomes with what we call gravity. So it's a superstructure, but it's smaller. And everything is smaller than that do not feel gravity. Gravity only affects those structures big enough to actually collide and be absorbed or suffer some change by it. Any structure that is actually incompatible with that final structure of gravity does not feel it, does not exist at all, and much less the smallest part that composes that gravitational structure. Structure. I repeat it, but I'm going to give a conclusion at the end that explains it better. And just like structure. I'm confident enough that I have repeated it enough to give an idea of what I need to say. Just a product of simple interactions. People again, I use it as well again. I do not know how to translate that thing. There is nothing in English that is appropriate. Even translate this part, it's so random. I actually attack an instance, which I cannot do on the generalization. I can generalize up, but I cannot go down with any certainty. Because if I go down from a generalization, I will mention something possible. But to say that something is actually like that can be an infinity of possibilities. Yeah. Let's just go. Meu Deus. This is the most absurd thing about gravity. Different from normal force, it's like different from a magnetic field that you can block like with shit. You are somewhere and you have a wall. The wall is attracted by gravity. It absorbs energy from that gravitational wave. But we cannot measure that change in the wave. We on the other side will absorb as much energy. Was the wall there or not? The wall took energy from the fucking wave and we still absorb the same ourselves. It's incomprehensible. That's the most absurd thing. And I think it can be the only thing that led to the development of something like relativity. Because if the space that is curving, then it's a space. To generate energy there, it makes no sense with anything else in physics, but, well, if that explains fucking gravity. There is a fabric of space that everything is just drawn on that canvas, and the canvas itself is freaking moving, and everything will move and generate energy to the state of the canvas change. It's the salvation of relativity that does that. But it's an absurd. Just because you cannot measure it doesn't mean that does not happen. Just like how the atoms were so named because the guy had absolute conviction that no one would ever be able to measure anything smaller, so nothing smaller can exist. I cannot measure it, no one will ever can. But no. Gravity is there, and we cannot measure this fucking difference. Be as it may, I have something to say about. That state of the canvas thing was awesome. I'm going to put it here right now. Look at my daring, I see no difficulty. But damn, this was hard. This was what killed me. What I spent so much time, probably years. I would go to the shower. I would not think about it often. It would be on the back of my mind. Sometimes I would go to the shower and suddenly look. Gravity. Why does it happen? How can all energy we use be coming from the gravity of the sun that is making things press together and fuse, and that is being emitted as light and is heating up our sea and it's making the sea freaking boils. No, it does not boil. It can evaporate without boil. Some individual particles do reach the level and evaporate. And that makes the clouds and make it go up the hill and make it rain, and then we bar the rain and make our electric showers. All energy is coming from gravity. The earth gravity is pulling it back down. How does that make any sense? How can it go through walls and everything without getting weaker? That tormented me for all time. Till I came with these explanations. Just about gravity, but ended up explaining all of quantum mechanics and all the particles, and ended up as a unifying theory of physics, biochemistry, and biology are just part of physics. You know, psychology, sociology, and economics are just part of human biology, which is such a small part of biology itself. It unifies everything by explaining zero structures. Does not seem like that still, does it? Because I have not breaking the wall and just said it's natural selection in disguise. But it is. Yeah, I meant to put you velocity. What they say here is that I have a normal water molecule and I have a heavy water molecule, so it has a deuterium, some shit in it, and on the same place of the field they feel different forces because they are accelerated at the same rate. Something heavier is getting more force in the same place in the field. That's the beginning here. have no idea what I just translated. Junto com a maior redução da inércia. What the fuck am I meaning with this reduction of inertia? I think I got it. With the reduction of inertia, I'm actually saying that it lost mass. Reduced inertia? I'm retarded, man. So I'm saying that the deuterium lost mass to become the oxygen, so it burned. As I said, the molecule has less mass than the parts. And so that heat loss, that mass actually affects it. And it affects gravity. Because well, it's just being pulled by that new mass. If you are pulled by the original mass of those three parts, then you'd go faster than everything else. But no, it's based on the current weight. The current mass that has been reduced by emitting the bound energy. So if it had kept that mass, and if energy was a separate thing, gravity would pull more on it. I'm saying something like that. I have no idea, and I want to sleep. I'm tired. It's already tomorrow. It's late into tomorrow. How do I play this shit? My god. Oh, I say that change of mass is counted, so it accelerated at the same rate as everything else. This spatial. But the light does not do that. It does not change by the same rate. Actually, some pieces of light fall faster than others. It's different from matter. What am I listening from that again? So what they say here is that light changes. So light is affected by gravity. Anyone that has seen this treaty will be well aware of that. And when it changes, it's not proportional. Like when you measure those two objects. Something that goes 500 like this, as I mentioned, if it changes 20%, it will change 20% of its total. It will not change 100 in space. Both of these. They will change 20% of the total energy. That's the change. If they are accelerated, if both are accelerated or decelerating on the same field, they will move different amounts. They will move exactly 20% of their energy, regardless of the spatial difference that it makes on the wave. The wave structure. So it reflects that the one light, first light has several parts, has different wavelengths. So it's completely demented that people would say that light is an elementary part. What's the difference between light that has 400 waves, 400 nanometers, to one that has 700? It has to have more parts, it has to have more pieces to which you duplicate. If you can divide this light into pieces of 350, that means it's composed of several fucking pieces. It is quantized. If it can change, it's quantized. And gravity interacts exactly by those number of pieces, and not by an spatial definition. Like if the canvas of space is changed by a certain amount, if space is bent, like the space bent 20 nanometers, and so light is now 20 nanometers different. That's not happen. Light on the same place will change based on the total amount of energy, of how much they interact with the other particles. They call light wave. That's what I say. It has no relation to this initial shooting theory. But yeah, we are being limited. I think I say here now, we are being limited by how much we can interact. But not the amount of energy on the future being emitted. Something like that I say now. Well, I'm just going to translate and go to sleep. Hope I do not bring with this. Yeah, this is sporadic. I utilize this shit. This light part here at the end is meaningless. It's pure speculation. It adds no value. It can be used on an argument as it's shit. And the measuring element cannot measure all of gravity. Only that amount, that little tiny bit it can interact with. That is bad. Aristotle talks so much about infinitely divisible continuous. ETS, discrete. We has struck this name. Yeah. Yeah, what I said here is completely possibility. But is it what happens? We can never know. We have to study reality. There are basically infinite amounts of possibilities. But which one is actually this we are seeing? We have to confirm to experience. That is why this final piece of thing about the gravity here is meaningless. We have to edit it out. Can no longer write me. Oh god, how to fucking write. Too tired. Life is hard. I have to get this on with. Quite speculatory, not really meaningful. Little bit, but it's necessary to complete the scene on the mind. What the fuck am I saying, man? Yeah. This, I'm not just like this. Oh my god. The thing, I'm going to translate what is written here. Played like speculation. It's not a listable exactly. It can be, it might be. Who cares? Does not affect the general theory in any way. There's a certain amount of energy, 3 atoms, to hydrogen and oxygen, when they form to water, the molecule has less total parts than that. The total parts are lost. They collide with the fucking other molecules in there, and as they are absorbed into that structure, those things become more massive, they become faster, so they gain momentum. And some parts are not absorbed, they're just lost there into this cloud of ejected mini particles. And that cloud, by its condition, forms the most stable structures as photons. And the stronger the impact, the more greater and more violent the clouds that form on the impact. And that makes light with more energy, makes more massive photons. I'm applying this to gravity, but I do not know. Can be. The photons one, I'm sure. It's too clear and obvious what is happening. Gravity not so. I'm babbling about it here though. No, they're not occupying the same space. They do not occupy the same space. That's how I should have phrased it. Is that I do not know. They do not occupy the same space. They follow this direction and they do not occupy the same space. So that by they not occupy the same space, that is a consequence. Generally. Smallest operator. Smallest. In the range. let's do this. Why did I take that mathematics? It is good for engineering, yes. Mathematics for engineering. There's nothing physics here. I wanted to cut it, but the freaking strike it through is not appearing. Oh, here it is. Inheriting. I do not know how to write anymore. That's how I feel reading right now. So much tautology, so much pain, but I'm trying to elicit it exactly. Because with my poet keywords, I have no faith. I have to polish this shit, yeah, but let's hope I'm not trying to convince people by repeating shit, but giving different examples. I repeat the same thing in a slightly different way to see if you catch my drift. This is a quote from Robert. I love the man. On the Descent of Man 21. Paraphrase. Although this starts the meaning a little. And I wake up here. Oh my god, time to go to sleep. But I have some lines before afterwards. This is the beginning of the dream. I begin the dream entering on a photon spaceship, if you remember. I was actually just going to describe it falling apart as it interacted. but it is done into this. Cycle, 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 cycle. I repeated that too much, it does not mean much. Collide is not perfect, does not transfer of its factors of its pieces. And the pieces fly off into a cloud that does of how do you call it again? Does not collapse like a star with a good graphic. So get clunked and form some shit. a bad word. Yeah, I'll wake up. Waking up. I just put that. Look right. Looks so small. She went to new hormones somewhere along the line. Fuck me dead. And I also comment some shit. To learn about logical affirmation, as I state here, I have to read a scene on chapter 3. About a beetle. Look for a beetle that is there. Here, I mean, where I'm stranded on the island.